And we're back. All right, y'all, let's get right down to it. We are at the game corner. We have recently obtained 999 coins, or 9,999 coins. And so we can buy Porygon, and I will try to get a shiny Porygon. That is the goal. Through the power of RNG manipulation. So, let's take a look at how this works. I think it's this... That dialogue is when I receive it. Okay, yeah. Mod is not bad. So, what we need to do is find a target. So let's go ahead and look for one right now. If we go to this seed list here, also one thing I did want to do, I wanted to change my in-game settings so that I have some different seeds to pull from. I don't want to get any duplicate shiny spreads, so this is one way to do it, is just modifying my seed list. And so if I change this from L equals A to help, I'm automatically accessing a brand new list of seeds that I can hit, which will be these right here. And I'm looking for... These are the ones I want to look at here. In the stereo and help A button, no held button. So I'm going to start plugging in some of these seeds into Pokefinder to see if we can find a close shiny frame. And I'll probably settle for anything under, you know, like 1500-ish. The Kabuto was 1600, and that took a while. Okay, great. So we have a spread here that's 988 away, which is really ideal. And let me just go ahead and change this to Game Corner Porygon. Yep. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to take the stats in Pokefinder, copy them over to the 10 lines, which will help us figure out what our timing is going to be in order to get this Pokemon. So this is going to be a careful Porygon. And the stats are 20, 18, 21. And 7-0-31. Very interesting spread overall. And of course, I'm going to have to reload this page because 10 lines doesn't like me right now. That's fine. Okay, we have our spread here. We have the settings confirmed, and we're looking for stereo L equals A, or not L equals A, help. Stereo help, button A held none, which is this one right here. So we're going to copy these for our seed timer. and this will be our frame that we're aiming for. And we are ready. Just change some of these things real quick. Okay, we are all set. I have to make the right selection, of course. Alright, well, that didn't go as planned, but I can confirm when it's generated, because sometimes it's generated when you say yes to the nickname, sometimes it's generated differently, so I'm going to go ahead and confirm whether that's the case or not. Also, 26, very random level to be obtaining Porygon straight from the game corner. Alright, looks like yes. So, just confirmed that I need to wait to press A for that nickname selection. Porygon stats are all over the place. Okay, I was 3 frames late, 1 seed early. So once again, it looks like I'm skewing late on the frames at least. So we'll keep an eye on that. Won't know for sure exactly until I actually land on the right seed, but we'll see. Careful. On seed 2 frames late, and that one I also feel like was really on top of things. So what I'll probably do is, same as the Kabuto, I'll bring it back 1 frame. Just 1. Worky. Two seeds early, really? I mean, that's not super surprising. I'm usually within a window of about 4 seeds. Too early, too late. It's not crazy. Oops, don't want to do that. One seed late on frame. Thank you. It's going to be any moment now. I mean, I don't know if you saw Kabuto earlier today, but I was dancing around it for a good part of an hour. Alright, well, have a good night, get some rest. I had to guess that seed was early. And why bother checking that one? I have a feeling it's not even on seed, so... Thank you. Worky. Is the same one I hit earlier? It is 1 seed early, 1 frame late. Just the fastest shiny. Stats don't matter at all, especially with something like Porygon. I'm never using this thing. So I was actually 2 seeds late, it looks like, and 1 frame early. Still within my usual, I guess. It's never a good feeling, though, to be more than 1 seed off. One seed late, 1 frame early. Inching closer. That's right. We back. That's the same one. Get out of here. One seed late, one frame early. Again. That Eon timer stutter? What do you mean? Is the audio stuttering for it? Okay. It tends to do that from time to time. I don't really know what would fix that. Boom, baby! That's what I'm talking about. Beautiful, shiny Porygon. See, that's typically how long these things should take, not a whole hour, you know. Should just be boom, right on the money. Great. We got that taken care of. So let's go ahead and save. And let me make sure I check her off here. On my list, we have shiny Porygon added to the total. All right, so now we have 2 shiny Scyther we need to get, the male and the female versions of each from the game corner. The other regular versions we'll probably just breed for. This will be maybe slightly faster to do it that way. I don't actually know. I don't know if it'd be faster to get more coins to buy 2 regular Scyther or... Oh, who knows? But we'll prioritize getting the shiny ones because that is interesting. And then we'll get 2 regular Dratini. Probably getting to... well, I could get the shiny ones as well while I'm here. I won't have enough coins to get 2 regular and 3 shiny. But it wouldn't take too long to grind up more coins at our spot, so we'll see. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. Let's focus on the next couple targets. So we'll get 2 more Scyther. And we're going to need to just buy more coins. And I believe that's how much Scyther costs, is 5,500. That'll be good for one of them. I can only store enough at one time to redeem one, so that's how it's got to be for now. What is up? Critio. Okay, let me just double check. Yeah, Scyther's 5,500. And yeah, cool. So we are all set to go for the next one. Just check them off one by one. So first things first, I'm just going to continue looking for seeds with a close shiny frame, starting from where I left off here. And the only thing to consider is that I will need a male and a female Scyther when all is said and done. So I just need to make sure that whatever shiny frame I aim for, one of them's male, one of them's female. And there's a quick one right there. Let me go ahead and change this to Scyther. This is going to be a male, and it's only 912 frames away, which is really nice. That's about the perfect amount of wait time. So once again, we're going to go back to the 10 lines, plug in everything in there so that we have our timing all mapped out. Excuse me. And then we'll be good to go for a Scyther, just like that. Nine, 723. Sixteen, 13, 12. Okay, don't mess with me. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, did I just delete? 23, that's it. Are you kidding me? I have to reload it again. Alright, fine. Have it your way. Nine, 723. Sixteen, 13, 12. Okay. Our target, our settings. We're looking for stereo, help. Button A held none, which is this one. So our seed timer will be as such. And our frame, target frame will be 912, which I'm going to go ahead and just say 911 because we've been skewing late. And we're good to go for this Scyther. Let's try to get a back-to-back shiny, why don't we? Definitely not unheard of. Red joints. I like to think of it as pinkish. Oh, my bad. I should have selected it on that list first. Does that one really count? I wouldn't say that attempt counts. Off the record. Sure, maybe like a coral. Not super confident about that seed, but... Here we go. Oops, count twice. Well, fine. We're not getting a back-to-back shiny then, but that's alright. I lose bragging rights. Alright, who are you? First of all, let me open this page. Seed, frame, 800, 1000. Okay. What were you? Lax. You are 25. Nope. 25. Looks like I was one frame, or not one frame, one seed late and one frame late. So you increment both back one, and I would have been on target. So a pretty good start. Sure, no, I can observe the rules. I recognize that. Oh. Strike that. I'm supposed to hold that button. Calling it in under 5? Well, after 2 goobs and 1 legitimate attempt, it has been 5 by that math, so... Under 6. Or a... Let's call it 6 flat. This is the one right here. Don't know if that was fast enough. We'll see. It's a male. Not shiny. Darn. I was probably late on that frame. On seed. 1 frame late, yeah. Exactly. I will say, I have been very consistent in a lot of ways, just not consistent enough across the board. Excuse me. Seven attempts, not 6. 7. Very nice. That feels good. Okay. One male Scyther, or shiny Scyther. I'm going to go ahead and save just in case. Oh, and I add to the list as well. Male shiny Scyther, check. We are pogging it up in here. Alright, Scyther number 2. As you all know, if you caught the Safari Zone stream yesterday, this is actually a Scyther-only experience. So welcome back. And we're going to catch another Scyther, naturally, as part of the Scyther-only experience. So let's go ahead and find... We need specifically a female Scyther, so we can be a little bit more generous with the timing. I don't need something super, super close, if it means I can get a female pretty quick. Let's see what we got. That one's really close, but it's a male, unfortunately, so we can't use that one. What is that, 214? I'll keep that in mind for later. Seed 214. Oh, but we have an even closer one, like the next seed over, so... There you go. And she's Quarky. She's perfect for what we need. Okay, I saved, right? I sure did. I will now plug in this in the 10 lines, and we will, once again, get this shiny Scyther. As soon as I am conscious. There we go. Alright, if I just load this, okay, good. So you should behave. 10 lines, please behave. Yep, you're still going to be good. And the stats are 29, 9, 9, 17. $35. Stereo help. Button A held none. That is you. I'll just bring you back one frame, because that's been our jam lately. And we're gonna rip it. Oh, I didn't like that. Scratch the rip. Do that again. Okay, that's good. That didn't feel fast enough. Oh, for a second I was like, what if I just hit it anyway? Alright. Let's just see where we're sitting. We probably don't need to shift anything around, but it is good to just mentally check in where we're currently at. And I was a seed early and 1 frame late. So that's about right. Sounds about right to me. Oop, don't want to drop you. Okay, it's time for me to wake up. One seed late, 1 frame early. At this point, I probably don't need to check each time, except for a sanity check. It's the only reason, really. Yeah, why bother? Alright, let's see who you are. Do you think it's a seed issue? Yeah, 1 seed late on target. Or actually, that's too early. Never mind. You gotta land this seed first. Did I just hit that? I think I did. Yep. Hell yeah. Scythers only, baby. Okay, that's enough of that. Boom. All the shiny Scythers are accounted for. Let me just save. Okay, we need... how many more for now? It's 2,800 per Dratini. And we're definitely buying at least 2 normal Dratini from here because they are a higher level than when bred. What I'm saying. I'm going to keep snagging them up one by one. So we need basically 6,000 coins for these 2 Dratini. Alright. Yeah, seriously, love it when things just happen the way they're supposed to, right? Well, you know, there are plenty of tutorials out there. I'm a Blissey does a lot. Papa Hefe does quite a bit. If you want to get into RNG manipulation. Fire Red and Leaf Green are definitely maybe above entry level, simply because it's 2 frame perfect inputs. But if you try in Ruby and Sapphire, then I mean it's pretty good. Also, these are only level 18. So is it really that big of a deal that I guess it makes all the difference. Yeah, I'll keep them like it is. And that's what I was saying, is Fire Red and Leaf Green isn't the best starting point. I might have misspoken, but because of the double frame perfect. You're better off doing it in the hoeing games or elsewhere. Gen 4 or 2 is probably a better place to start. Where does Dratini... Let's go to this. Where does Dratini fall in the Pokédex? I think it's towards the end, right? It's after the legendary birds. So you're going to be a Dragonair, and you're going to be Dragonite at some point. Actually, I'll swap that. There you go. Okay, question for you all. I don't have enough coins to buy 2 more Dratini, or 3 more, really. But would you all be interested in me going ahead and completing the Dratini line, getting all 3 shiny Dratini, yes or no? Because I could do it now. I'm prioritizing the Game Corner mods. The only thing I'll need to get from the Leaf Green Game Corner is Pinsir. But other than that, I don't need to worry too much about coins elsewhere. So what do y'all think? You think I should just go ahead and knock out Dratini? I can do that, or I can try to catch Mewtwo, or I can do some wild RNGs. Bigness says do it. Okay, well I have to listen to Bigness. So... let's do Dratini then. Let's do all of them. I will have to farm some more money, but it won't take long because these are the cheapest ones out of the lot. Congratulations on the shiny Dex entries. That's very, very cool. For anyone who doesn't know what Der Sarsgo is talking about, check out Blue Boy Bin's recent video on it. It's very interesting. And I think I will... give you some levels in the process, why not? Alright, so I gotta go back to, what is it called? The Resort Gorgeous. Farm a little bit more money. That's on 5 Island, yep. Shargo, okay, gotcha. Thank you for the correction. I know it's German, and I sometimes can read German, but there are some blind spots. I'm sweating, man. It's getting hot. It's way too early in the year to use the AC, so kind of have to tough it out for now. Oh, really? So it's not the DER was what made me assume it was German, but I guess that makes sense. Hmm. Oh, hello. Didn't realize you evolved at level 31. Seems very arbitrary, but definitely not complaining. Well, I guess that means Charizard can get some extra levels for the rest of these. How much money do I have now? Okay. to buy 3 shiny Dratinis. And why not go for 4? You know, there's no point in just delaying and breeding. It's probably slower that way. And if I even wanted to get 2 more Scyther, that would also be ideal, I think. But that's an additional 5,500 times 2, so that's a lot. It's 1,100 coins additionally for the Scyther. Don't know if it's worth the grind, but we'll see. You'd rather just get some eggs. Well, to each their own, I guess. Yeah, I got you. Because it is a lot more additional coins. So it's 28 coins per Dratini. So if I do 4 more Dratini, that's 1,100, or that's 11,200 coins, and 500 coins per 10,000. Okay, hold on. 10,000 gets you 500 coins. So 500. My math is not mathing right now. Definitely cannot multitask. So let me finish these couple battles here and then I'll see about it. But I think I'm pretty close. Oh, I just need to, I just need to multiply that by 10,000. Right? No. I need to divide it by 500. And then 10,000. Okay, great. So I need 220,000 to purchase 4 Dratini, which I think would be optimal. And I'm pretty close to that already. Yeah, don't have quite enough yet. 220 is the minimum I need. Running low. Let's see if you can, no, there's no way you can. I'm not even gonna mess with that. Let's just see if I have to fight her again anytime soon. I'll switch to Blastoise. Alright, I'm at 270. I definitely have enough for Dratini. I think I will farm just a couple more times, because I will need money in the future, and it would be nice if I didn't have to come back here. Pretty late for me to be learning a move like Fire Spin. Alright, I'll do one more. One more charge where there's at least another battle, hopefully both. And then we'll go back to the game corner. Back to gambling. Very cool. Okay, that's enough for that. How many coins do I have currently? 400. Yeah, that's not enough. Okay. It is time, once again, to do some RNG manipping for a shiny or two. And by or two, I mean 3. We're going to get 3 shiny Dratini for all 3 stages of the evolution line. And what's nice is, earlier I found a seed, this one. I plug it into Pokefinder. It is only 1100 away, which is really close. So I can go ahead and go with that for my very first Dratini. And just plug that in there to check all the stuff. It's going to be adamant, which is a good nature for Dratini. So, with that being said, let's go ahead and plug it into the 10 lines. And let's get it. Let's knock all 3 of these guys out. $14, $12, $25. Oh, well, now it's doing its thing, isn't it? Pink noodles is right. Oodles and oodles of pink noodles. Not bad stats either across the board. It definitely has good defenses, I will say. But everything else is okay. Not that that matters really at all. Stereo, help button, button A held none. That's what we're looking for. That is our seed timer. This is our target timer, -1. And just like that, we're back in it. I heard that distorted audio at the end, like you were talking about. It is an adamant male Dratini, but it is not the one I was looking for, apparently. Very interesting. And that is 1 seed late, 2 frames early. Very interesting stuff. Still 1 seed late. This time 1 frame early. So a collective difference of just 1 from last time. Now that was 1 seed early and 1 frame late. Piece of cake. Shiny adamant Dratini. Cool. Let's do the next one. I probably will see if I can find the last 2 targets on these settings here, so I'm just going to keep going seed by seed. So let's go ahead. That was the seed we hit for the Scyther, so let's go one after that. And we got 1900. I mean, that's pretty close. And why not? As long as I hit it relatively soon, then that's a decent target. So let's do it. Let's plug that in. $226.26. $226.26.29. $14.12. Stereo, help, button A held, none. $1,900. Little on the later side from my preference, but we'll see. You think I'm on fire now? Watch me hit this second Dratini. Watch it. I still haven't gotten it back-to-back. At least not today. I've done it maybe once. You see, what I meant to say was actually, watch this one. But that one was, that didn't happen. Watch this one. What a line, Frank. What a line. Just a warm-up. You never know. Sometimes, the buttons, they just don't work. They just fail you. It's the button's fault. It's never my fault. It's always the button's fault. Something's wrong with the machines. I felt good about that one, but can't win them all. That is 1 frame late, 2 frames early. 1C late, 2 frames early. Your shiny wizard spell. What is the extent of your shiny wizard powers? We may make use of those moving forward. On seed, 1 frame early. Hell yes, brother. Brother. Whew. I'm definitely in it. All right. We're wasting no time. I know I just saved, but I'm going to do it again. Let's find our 4th Dratini. Or not our 4th, our 3rd shiny Dratini. I'm going to stay with the same settings here. And look at that. There's already another one 1,200 away, much closer. And stats are terrible. It's gentle nature, but who cares? Yeah, I guess the buttons didn't fail me that time. That's the moral of the story. Stereo. Help, button A, none. That's what we're looking for. All right. Yeah, as long as these buttons behave, we're in a pretty good spot. Okay, the real question is, back-to-back shiny. Can we do it? I think this is the only other opportunity for the day. Unless I do the wild encounters, I actually might be doing those too, but... No, it's not it. Alright, who are you? I had to guess you're a little late. No result? What do you mean? 45, 28, 24, 26, 28, 24. Dratini. Docile. Female. That's strange. Oh, you think so? Okay, well then let's just try again. Eon Timer has been known to act a little foolish from time to time. Do we count it? Do we count it back to back? What do y'all think? Because technically, it was Eon Timer's fault, actually, the last time, so... I'm gonna call it back-to-back shiny, huh? Is that fair? I'm calling it. Back-to-back. Oh my gosh. Okay, well... Game Corner is done. Except I do need to buy one more Dratini for convenience sake. So, let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, you know, actually, I am 100% perfect 100% of the time, and if anything goes wrong, it's technology's fault, right? That's the conclusion we're coming to here? Zero coins. Nothing to spare. And just to check... That is not shiny. Good. It would actually be bad if it was shiny. Or not bad, but it would be inconvenient. Sometimes I wonder about that if I just find a random shiny when I'm not looking for it, and it's like a duplicate or something. Okay, y'all. We are done with all that jazz. No more money grinding or any other BS like that. That is 9 shinies total that I have caught so far. Not including the starters, of course. The starters I caught 10 shinies of, so it's 19 total. So, now that that is over, let's pivot here just a second. Get this down. Okay, so let me add that to the counter. And boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that is all done. I I will breed for the Scyther. And with that out of the way, there's only a couple other things we need to think about before we knock out the rest of the shinies. Let's see, game corner, game corner. Okay. So, what do y'all think? Should I go ahead and start doing RNGs for wild encounters, shiny wild encounters? Or should I go to try and catch Mewtwo first? It's just a normal Mewtwo. It's not going to be shiny. But what do y'all think? Because all I have left before I have to breed and level up everything is catch Mewtwo, RNG wild shinies for the Nidoran male line, the Oddish line, the Psyduck line, the Growlithe line, and the Shelder line. I wouldn't call Mewtwo a mood lightener. Yes, you're correct. I'm still pretty underleveled for Mewtwo. But one thing that I realized when I casually attempted it earlier is that it is going to be a lot more feasible if I have something like Magneton who resists the Swift and the Psychics. Actually, you know what? If I had the Leftovers item, I'd be in pretty good shape in terms of just being able to survive. But I don't know where that is. So let me go ahead and find... I will need it eventually anyway, so let me just double check where that is. Route 12, south of Lavender Town. Let's go ahead and get that, because we'll definitely need it. It wouldn't be up here, would it? What's up here? Oh, you're the return person. Mewtwo first? You want to get the real hard stuff done? An argument can be made for either or. But let's go ahead and see. So someone is saying Leftovers is under the Snorlax. Is that... Or does the Snorlax have the Leftovers? Is that it? I have to catch it to get the Leftovers. Do I need to defeat this guy or catch him? Oh, use the item finder in the spot where Snorlax was sitting. Okay. That makes sense. And that is... I can do it... I don't need to fight this Snorlax, do I? I can do it in the other spot. I was going to save Shiny Snorlax for Leaf Green. And do I have the item finder? Is the real question. If not, then I need to figure out how to get that. Doesn't look like I have it. Okay, how do I get the item finder? Came from a Oaks Lab Aid, Route 11 to 12. Well, I was just over there. Wait. I was literally just there, but I talked to the wrong person. Like, was it up here and I just didn't go far enough? Oh, no, he's not here. Where is this? Route 11 East Gate. Wait, hold on. I got a little turned around. This is 12. Is Route 11 East Gate up here? It's Route 8. Oh, okay, it's right there. Gotcha. Well, no wonder I don't have it. I haven't gone through this route really at all. Gotta avoid all the trainers. Almost made it through. Without incident. There you are. Of course I remember you. Okay, so now I have the item finder to get the leftovers to hopefully be in a decent position to catch Mewtwo. Very nice. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we should give Mewtwo a try. I'm not saying we need to commit to catching it today, but I do think it would be in our best interest to just give it a shot and see. And if ultimately it's still too much or it's just not happening, then that's fine. We'll move on to some more shiny RNGs. How about that? I think that's a good compromise. And yes, I am still pretty underleveled, but I didn't have Magneton last time, and Magneton being lower level, it resists all of Mewtwo's moves. I think the strat is still going to be using Smokescreen with Charizard to open, so that Mewtwo Psychics don't hit very often. That plus Swift not doing much in the leftovers recovery, I think we'll be in pretty good shape. At least to survive, to throw Pokeballs. Now, I'm not really sure how to reliably weaken it because Recover is such a thing. So I may just have to settle for Mewtwo with full health but paralyzed, which I know is not the best odds of catching, but it's at least something that I can just sit and chuck balls at without having to deal with much else. Let me re-up on my stock here. Actually, I still have quite a bit. Yeah, that's probably fine. I'll maybe just bump up to 200. Yeah, why not? 200 Pokeballs per attempt, if it even makes it that long, before Mewtwo runs out of EP. Oh, you know what, though? I do, before I get into this, I do probably want to buy an escape rope or two. Encore recover, yes, but Encore doesn't last very long. And if I do that, it's just going to keep recovering its health. So the issue I have is I want to get to a point where I can keep it at a relatively low health, like below 50%, while I'm also chucking balls at it, but it's just going to keep spamming recover. So I can't reliably keep its HP down and survive long enough, which is the annoying part. But no, I don't want 10 of those, just like a few. It's a whole thing. It really is. Also, I probably should check your moves. Yeah, you need to know... Okay, you need to know Thunder Wave, or some way to reliably paralyze. Now, okay, we keep running into a few roadblocks here. Move Relearner. Move Relearner is in a house on the second island, in exchange for tiny mushrooms or big mushrooms. And do I have mushrooms, or how do I get mushrooms? I probably sold them if I did at one point, not knowing that I would need them. Okay, mushroom location. We're almost there. Mushroom locations. Using Thief on Wild Paris. We're at 50% chance at a tiny. And in the Safari Zone. Honestly, I know I said I'd never go back to the Safari Zone, but it may be fastest to just catch a bunch of Paris from the Safari Zone, since I don't really have any Pokemon with Thief. So actually, you know, when I said I was never going back to the Safari Zone, I lied. I am going to go back, but for a very specific purpose. For a very particular reason. They are respawn items in the Paris Chamber in Rock Tunnel. Yes, Mount Moon, I know, I got you. I think it says it's a 50% chance of them holding one. So I think it's best. I don't know how many I'll need. It might actually be nice to have more than one, so I'm going to go ahead and just catch some Paris. Hopefully holding these mushrooms. Let me see where they're most common. Area 2, there are 15%. Area 3, 15%. Okay. Alright, so I have a pretty good chance of having at least one, but I'll go ahead and catch a bunch of them. I'm getting a lot of Paris encounters, thankfully. Is that 4 Paris in a row? It's a 15% encounter rate. That's pretty good. We may be in a situation where I run out of Safari Balls before I run out of time in the zone, which I don't think I've ever really done unless I was doing something very specific and ridiculous. Now, can Parasect also be holding tiny mushrooms? Or mushrooms in general? Surely they can, right? I mean, we might as well just try to catch one. It only makes sense. Does throwing a rock... Oh, okay, well, it fled anyway. I was going to ask if throwing a rock makes something easier to catch, but more likely to run, because I may use that if I run into another Parasect. It's not worth the Safari Balls. Thank you for explaining to me how rocks work. Anyone got the rock lore on them? It guarantees a flea, really? So it's a high risk, high reward situation. Oh, I can imagine. What exactly is your catch rate, Paris? Who are you playing at? You think you could just break out of the ball like that, left and right? You are no Kangaskhan, or Chansey, or Tauros. You might be a Scyther. Because Scyther seemed to have no problem being caught by me earlier. Yeah, that would probably be helpful. Some X items. If I have a high-level mon with False Swipe, then that would be useful. If, well, if Magneton could learn something that would get Mewtwo's health low pretty reliably, I would be happy with that. I'm sure there's something I can teach it. All the more reason to get as many mushrooms as I can. Jeez. Paris really fighting me. Alright, let's maybe get one more. We even have the steps. with one ball left. I doubt we'll get to use it, but we'll see. Okay. Last ball. Nope. All right, how many mushrooms did I get? Hopefully enough. Three tiny mushrooms, pretty good. I don't know how many I need. That's got to be enough for at least one move, right? What's the conversion? All right, so now we're going to go to 2 Island to remember some moves, and then maybe pick up some X items, and hopefully all of that will amount to being semi-plausibly prepared to catch Mewtwo in a Pokeball. Three and a half tiny mushrooms, huh? Well, ain't that something? Two tiny, okay. So I'm one short of 2 moves, but I at least can learn one. Alright. Metal Sound. Thunder Wave. Yeah, basically Thunder Wave's the only move I need. Screech is probably never going to help me. So, yep. Would be nice to have it relearn Thundershock. But Thundershock probably isn't enough anyway to knock Mewtwo down. At least not by itself. What about TMs? Do I have any decent TMs that you can learn that might be useful here? Calm Mind would be helpful. But you can't learn that, naturally. Taunt, but you're probably not outspeeding. And that has a limit, too. I mean, Mewtwo has a lot of Swift PP, but I'd have to be using Taunt like a bunch. It doesn't last very long. Return, Dig. Double Team. Can you learn Double Team? You can. That might actually be the move then, for Magneton to Double Team a bunch. Right? Are we? Is that how we're feeling? Here, let's just hold off for a second. Shock Wave does 60. Definitely not strong enough. Is Thunderbolt, is that in the game corner as a prize? Because that might be worth it. Let's see what they have. I know I just said we were done with the game corner, but we might have to go back and check their selection of moves, their TM selection. We are all over the place today. Really trying to cover every single base. Or is Thunderbolt a TM in the department store? That now that I'm thinking about it, that's probably where it is, right? What do you got? Yep, TM, Roar, Hyper Beam, Dig, Brick Break, Secret Power, Attract. No. Those TMs are not very helpful. Any more in here? Probably not, right? I doubt there's multiple floors dedicated to TMs. Yeah, these are the evolution stones. I'll get some of those later. It's at the game corner? Okay. I do have a lot of vitamins that I could give to Magneton. Oh yeah, here are the X items. So, would it need an X defend if Swift is the only physical move Mewtwo can learn? Yeah, I think we're just going to have to depend on X Special. Double Team and X Special. 4,000 coins for that move. Okay. So instead of doing that, I can use a bunch of X Specials. Double Team and X Specials. And then hopefully that'll be enough. I mean, it's Spark. It's probably better that I have a lower base power move anyway. To avoid crits and such. So I'm going to try it. Magneton with leftovers. Alright. Is lock-on helpful ever? Probably not. And I'll go ahead and give it leftovers. Okay. And I have the X specials just in case I need to raise the power as much as I can. Alright, we're locking in. We are officially giving it a go now. I don't know how well Magneton's going to take a Psychic. Just, you know, without any boosts or anything like that, but the double teams will be helpful there. And with the leftovers recovery, perhaps it will be enough, because it does resist. Resists it pretty hard. Oh, and I do probably want to save. Just in case this doesn't work out and I want to go back on... Well, actually, I'm going to be saving in front of Mewtwo anyway. What am I doing? I'm being ridiculous. Let's get you in front, and I know that my repel won't work for everything, but hopefully it'll be enough to get through most of the cave. Wait, is it this one or is it the one on the right? We'll see. Yeah, it was the one on the right. Okay, let's see how this goes. Okay, good. So Swift does about what my Leftovers recovers, maybe a little bit more. Oh yeah, actually, Leftovers doesn't heal as much, but with the accuracy, that's going to be dime a dozen eventually. And of course, he can always hit me with Swift. But with Psychic, he's hardly ever going to hit me, and that's the main concern. And one more. So now he's hardly ever going to hit me with Psychic. It probably still will happen from time to time, but... oh well. Let's see how much Spark does without any boosts, so I know how much to do. That's pretty good. Already. So if I want to do about half, maybe start with a couple X specials. Nice paras. Alright, now how much does this do? Not quite half, but we'll go ahead and leave it there. Also, you just hit me with Psychic. You're not supposed to do that. Okay, well. If I use a tri-attack, that'll get you down, right? Yep, that's perfect. Alright, so below 50% paralyzed. That's about as best as we can do consistently. I'll look up a catch calc just to see what we're looking at, but it's not good. It will never be good. So a Mewtwo paralyzed below 50%, it's a 1.2% chance. That's pretty good, honestly. Oh my god. He hit Psychic again. What the hell? You're not supposed to do that. Well, I will probably revive you, but also, why don't I just bring your accuracy down even further? So that's not going to happen again. With Double Team combined with Smokescreen is super powerful in terms of bringing that accuracy down. All right, but 1.2% chance. I have a 50% chance of catching this after 56 balls, which is actually pretty hard to believe. It's pretty incredible. And it's not using Recover very often, which is very convenient. Yeah, paralysis is definitely the way to go. Maybe I'll use that for the birds as well when I'm catching the shiny forms, because trying to keep them asleep was miserable. Nice crit. You know it's gotta happen. The 3-shake fake. And you finally use recover. About time. Let's see if I can get you down here. And now I have the power of Paraflinch on my side, except you did not do either of those, and you still hit Psychic, which is incredible. He does not want to miss Psychic. Alright, let's set up the double teams again, and it is suffering from the effects of smokescreen as well, so... I wonder if it's out of moves other than recover. Surely not, right? It's only wanting to use recover. It hasn't used all its psychics, has it? Yeah, no, it's still got plenty. Okay, 2x specials, and we're back where we started with this guy. Yeah, you better not be landing those psychics now, after all the trouble I've gone through. That's a crit. Perfectly calibrated. I don't know if it being in the red really helps. Let's see, if I say it's like 5%, yeah, it's the same likelihood that I'll catch. It does feel better when it's in the red. And maybe that's what matters most, right? How it feels. I just had a feeling that a crit would happen, and I accounted for it. This is going pretty well, though. I was really concerned about it spamming recover, but it seems like the paralysis gives us a decent number of turns every time we bring it down past half health. Now, if this does crit, then it will die, but let's hope it doesn't crit. Yeah, good. I'm not playing this game all day long. I will catch Shiny Mewtwo, just not in Fire Red. I will in Leaf Green. So the challenge includes both the shiny and the non-shiny versions of everything. And I need to catch a normal Mewtwo at some point, and so I'm saving the shiny Mewtwo for probably the last thing that we'll do in Fire Red and Leaf Green in terms of being confined to Kanto before we move on to Hoenn. So that's the game plan. And, you know, shinies aside, it is already such a pain catching Mewtwo to begin with. So it's an accomplishment in and of itself. If you caught, or if you saw me catching the legendary birds, that was a trip as well. Especially Moltres. Articuno and Zapdos were okay, but Moltres really gave me some trouble. Yeah, it's more, you get more bang for your buck. Also, what the hell? You hit Psychic through minus like 9 accuracy? Get the hell out of here. Yeah, catch rate is slightly worse per ball, but I'm throwing more balls more often at a respectable rate. You know, as long as I'm above 1% per ball, that's decent enough, you know? I was about to say, if you landed that Psychic... So it begins. Alright, I've thrown 50 balls. According to math, I have a 50% chance of catching Mewtwo after I use 56 balls, with it below half and paralyzed. So we're coming up on that 50% threshold. Also, according to math, I have a 95% chance of catching it after 242 balls. And as some of you might know, 95% is the same accuracy rate of tackle. And we've seen how many times I've missed tackle in this run now, haven't we? So, you know, we could be here a while. We really could. It's tough to say. This next one is it. Okay. I have no way to weaken you now, except with Tri-Attack, and that does barely anything. Also, what is with you hitting these Psychics, man? Like, what? I am +6 evasion. You are -3. Like, that is not cool. What is going on with that? I want answers. Also, will I even have enough moves to get you below 50%? I do. I have just enough. So I can get another shot here. Alright, so I've thrown 56 balls. This is 57. So I had a 50% chance of catching it up to this point. Onward and upward. Damn. Alright, well let me see if I have any PowerPoint restoring items. Probably do, right? Max Elixir. Gonna have to use that. Oh really? It caps out at 6. Well, that's good to know then. Wait, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, well, maybe I did mean to do that. I mean, sure, yeah, it's always, well, it's a binary outcome, but the odds of one over the other happening aren't 50% each, I would say. Isn't it like, it's a percentage check with each tick of the Pokeball? Like, it's a calculation for one, then a calculation for another, then a calculation for another, and that combined total, multiplying the chances of all three happening, that's the total catch odds, right? If I'm, remembering correctly. Oh? Oh, man. 3 shake fake again. All I have to say is this is really boding well for when I have to catch these shiny. Catching shiny Mewtwo in a Pokeball. Oh, we've hit struggle. We found the limit. That's right. That's how we got Kangaskhan, is we pretended not to care. Okay, well, you know, I guess, you know, catching Mewtwo, I'm kind of indifferent to it, to be honest. I mean, it's the second iteration of Mew. Is it even that great? I prefer the original to Mewtwo. I'm being totally honest. Also, this is where minus accuracy or plus evasion is really clutch, because if it misses struggle, then it can't kill itself. So that buys me a lot more turns. So between the paralysis and missing struggle, I might be sitting here for a while, actually. Might give me a lot more opportunities. But of course, you are going to hit fairly often, aren't you? Yeah, it seems like we have a lot more in the tank. Oh yeah, that's really nice to be able to have Cute Charm as well, with a legendary that has a gender. Yeah, you talk about evasion plus Cute Charm plus paralysis. That thing's never hitting you. You have infinite time. Oh my god, are you kidding? Don't do that to me. 3 shake fakes. Don't do that. Don't. What? Four times. 4 times it shook. 3 times. We may go through 100 Pokeballs before you faint. In fact, I think that might actually be pretty likely. This is the game state that I was playing towards. I didn't even realize it. Having Mewtwo without any recovery, even if it's struggle, this is where it's at. I mean, Mewtwo is literally struggling to struggle. You hate to see it. In fact, I hate to see it so much, I would rather just see you stop struggling. And the only way to do that is for you to stay in the ball. Just gonna lay it out there for you, Mewtwo. That's the only way this ends. If you stay in the ball, you can stop with your struggling. Okay. Now you're starting to hit. Good for you. All right, you got a little streak going. Good for you. Let me at least throw 100 balls. That'll make me feel better. I mean, you could just be caught, but at least let me throw me 100. Okay, so we've thrown 100 Pokeballs. And each Pokeball we've thrown has a 1.2% chance of catching. So we are most certainly over odds on the catch. You're not messing around, are you? I think it's probably best to heal here, just in case he lands another struggle, so I can really maximize this. It's probably for the best. So he's got at least 2 more hits in him. And the odds of him hitting struggle are low, so I'd say we have at least 10 balls left to throw at him. Be my guess. Okay, well, maybe that's coming sooner than I thought. But he can live one more. Oh my god! 5, 3... I'm too tired for this. 5, 3 shake fakes. That would be optimal, wouldn't it? Is Switcheroo in this game? The thing is, though, I'd need to maintain my accuracy or evasion buffs, so it would have to be a Pokemon that knows Switcheroo and Baton Pass, and my Magneton would also have to know Baton Pass, which I think it might be able to learn. But, like, at that point, you know, like, it's not that important. And okay, there we go. 100 and however many balls. 115 maybe-ish. But we did learn one crucial thing, which is that Magneton is the move. That is the strat. %1,000%. And of course you did. And of course you did. I'll just reset if the start doesn't go as well, but... That's the only weakness of this strategy is, he can first turn Safeguard to prevent me from paralyzing him, and then it's really hard to maintain control. As long as he doesn't open with Safeguard again. Yeah, Swift, good. Yeah, but if I tricked the leftovers, wait, would the leftovers recoil and the struggle recoil and the leftovers recovery, would that compensate for each other? Because if it did, that would be like the infinite battle, right? You could just keep going and going. All right, I've used 6, right? That's... No, how many times? Okay, it's pressure, right? Mewtwo has pressure, so I use double. So instead of using 6, I've used 3. Oh, wait, no. Wait, Mewtwo doesn't have pressure? Oh, whatever. Whatever. What? God damn it. No, I'm not doing that again. So you just trick it back and forth, and then the limiting factor would be the trick PP. You run out of trick PP, then you're in trouble. But you could probably stock a lot of Lepa berries or something. I'm sure. Alright, no first turn safeguard, that's good. I'm gonna manually count these so I don't confuse myself. 2. 3. 4. Thank you for using all your recovers. 5. And 6. Okay. And of course you are hitting Psychic right now. That is just makes total sense. Plus a Spadef drop. Since I don't live a Swift, should I... I'm just gonna do it. If you Swift, I'll reset. It's fine. Yeah, we're fine. Oh my god! Get the... I am plus 6 evasion. You cannot just be hitting Psychics left and right like that. Ridiculous. That's fine. Not ideal, but fine. Seriously. Yeah, I'm determined to catch this Mewtwo now. I'm sweating too, jeez. I guess Mewtwo doesn't have pressure. What does it have? That's weird. Alright, I'm going to take a risk and use Spark again, even though a crit will kill. Okay, good. I think Inner Focus might be one of its abilities. For sure. That sounds right. Ooh. 3 shakes. 6 times that's happened now. So it should have pressure. Then does Magneton have an ability that isn't affected by pressure? Because I used Double Team. 16 PP, I used 6 of them. I have 9 left. Magneton might have a special ability, I don't know. Ah! Why? 7 times it is shook. It is shooken. Shooketh 7 times, 3 times in a row. Am I making sense anymore? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it is kind of bizarre that I'm not being affected by pressure. If I do have to reset for a third attempt overall with Mewtwo, I'll check and see if the text comes up that it's exerting pressure. It should, right? Even in Gen 3? Unnerve, that's its hidden ability. That's what I was thinking of, not Inner Focus. The legendary beasts have Inner Focus as their hidden ability, I think. No pop-up, interesting. Think you can just mess around with those crits, huh? Really? Oh, well that makes a lot more sense then. I had no idea. I thought it was all moves. Don't we all? There's too much stuff to keep up with. Way too much. Getting a little dicey there. I will survive one more Swift, though, if he uses Swift again. Oh my god. Get the hell out of here. Alright, well... what I'll do then, if I am able, I'll bring your accuracy down -6 stages. That way when I bring Magneton back in, I don't have to use all the double teams again, and it'll stay this way regardless of whether I faint or not in the future. Of course, you could just get a crit psychic at -2 accuracy. That could also happen. But whatever, you know? Just whatever. Paraflinch. Never fails, except when it does. Oop. Kind of a nice crit, actually. Another crit, damn. Blastoise is putting in some work. And you are recovering like a madman. You're not living that, are you? Oh, you are living that. Good job. Good job, Blastoise. Why don't I take advantage of my torrent here? Try to get a flinch in as well. Nope. Basically, I'm trying to, as evenly as I can, divide the normal and the shinies between the two copies, since I have to play two copies anyway for the normal and shiny legendaries. So I know for a fact I have to play 2 playthroughs. That's out of the question. So I'm trying to make sure I have enough space and consolidate everything evenly among the games. That way, if I need to move anything around, it's not going to be too much of an issue. At least that's the logic behind it. And also, I want to make the playthroughs distinct as I can. Hello, Tiger. How you doing? So the playthrough of Fire Red is going to look very differently than the playthrough of Leaf Green, because Fire Red, I was mainly focusing on catching all of the normal Pokemon with the occasional shiny RNG manip for like the statics, for the special encounters. And then when I play through Leaf Green, almost all the encounters are going to be shiny, which I think is kind of fun, you know? Breaks up the pace a little bit, starting with the more mundane and going beyond it. All right. It's about time I revived. What's his face? Especially when Mewtwo starts struggling, we're going to need to have that evasion all the way up. Okay. I don't know if Venusaur can really do much against you. Let's see. Crit Razor Leaf might do something? No, not even close. Not even. But you gotta be low on Psychics now. Alright, so you're -2 accuracy already, so I only need to do 4 of these. If he's out of Psychics, it doesn't matter, except for when he starts to struggle, then it will matter. Yeah, with him spamming Recover, he may be out, but I'm still going to try to get him to half health, at least. Yeah, I'm almost certain that he's out. So I can get him in exactly the right health, and then we will sit here once again till the end of time. Oh, well, he will, I won't be able to keep up with him damage-wise, so I'll use Tri-Attack first. How about that? Oh, yeah, we're already at struggle. I had just enough PP. That's kind of nice. And this is the exact HP that I'd probably want him to be at. Okay, please. Please end my misery. Mewtwo and I have been doing this dance for far too long. Recovered 1 HP from leftovers. Are you allowed to crit struggle? I wonder. Is that a possibility? He is hitting. I think I'll survive one more, so I'll just let it be. That I cannot let sit, though. He's hitting now. I think we've thrown 200 balls. Or this, we've either hit 200 or we're around 200 right now. 200 Pokeballs at a 1.2% chance to catch each. That is double odds for the catching. Ah! 8 3-shake fakes. 8 of them. Over 200 balls. 8 3-shake fakes. This is out of control. This is unacceptable. Yeah, I have very distinct memories of trying to catch Kyogre without a Master Ball, because I wanted to save it for one of the roaming laddies. And yeah, I wasn't just using Pokeballs, I was using Ultra Balls and everything, and even that felt like it took forever. Now granted, my team was pretty low level and also not super equipped, not really prepared for a legendary as well as it could have been. But yeah, it takes me right back to that same feeling. All right, it's got one more hit. It hit struggle one more time, it's over. Oh wait, no, it has one more in it. One more time. One more ball. One more ball. Okay. Woo! 220 Pokeballs I've thrown, if my math is right. 220. And I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm catching this Mewtwo today. I will not stop until I catch this thing. And that is a promise. You safeguard first turn? That's fine. I'll just reset and try again. I think I have a slightly better strategy too when it comes to the accuracy situation. If I can get it parried first turn with Magneton. Okay, great. Still, that's fine. Use a Psychic. See if I care. And now you're parried. And now, I'm going to switch to Charizard before I do anything else. Charizard is going to use 6 smoke screens. So that regardless of whether my Magneton faints or other stuff is going on, your accuracy will be -6 throughout the entire battle. So I feel like that's going to be the best. Of course, you're trying to take me out like that. Do I want to use my only heal? Do I only have one way to heal? Really? I have 1 max potion. That sucks. Alright, well, let's see. Let's see if he uses Swift again. I mean, this is basically the same situation I was in earlier, yeah. -2 permanent. Alright, whatever. That's fine. We'll take it. Very nice miss. I am approaching 95% catch odds. If I hit 242 Pokeballs, which I'm at 220 right now, we will have officially hit that 95% threshold, which again, tackle has 95% accuracy, and I've missed plenty of tackles. So nothing is guaranteed. All right, 22 more Pokeballs. 95% chance at this point. Will it be enough? Also, I wonder how many Pokeballs I need to throw for a 99% chance. I'm sure it's like a crazy number. Pretty gung-ho with that recover, aren't you? Yeah, I figured you'd use it again. Don't crit. Cool. Still recovered. It's all good. I'll use my elixir this time if I need to. Of course you're going to hit with Psychic. At least it wasn't a crit. Oh my god. Get the hell out of here. And it was a crit on top of it, not that it mattered. Oh, you love and you hate, but you mostly hate to see that. Getting a lot of crits, aren't we? How time flies, indeed. It's definitely flying for me. All right, this is the 242nd ball, I believe. Or no, I think in two more, it'll be 240. Whatchamacallits, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Just in time to be +6 in evasion. I suspect it's running low on PP. Yeah, it's spamming recover. Oh, wait. It's not fully out yet. All right, well, I'm pretty sure we've thrown at least 242 balls, which, according to, what is this website called? The Cave of Dragonflies, I had a 95% chance of catching Mewtwo inside of 242 attempts. And clearly, that did not happen, now did it? Okay. I gotta run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Where was I? I need to use an elixir, don't I? Just a pain, no pleasure. Yeah, I'm starting to feel what that's like. Only pain, no reward. The only reward would be from this ending. And it does not seem to be ending anytime soon. But yeah, we've surpassed the 95 odds, so I mean, who knows what's going to happen. We're going to have to make it to the 99% threshold. And then the 99.9% threshold. What is that, like 1,000 balls? After 1,000 balls, it's 99.9%. Yeah, that's what we have to hope for, I guess. You know, in the grand scheme of things, I would much rather use all of my poor luck when I'm trying to catch these in their normal versions versus the shiny. Because if getting shiny Mewtwo is just like this, I may need to take some more breaks in between streams, let's just say that. Just breathe. Don't forget to breathe. You do have some recover left. Interesting. I thought you might be out. Hmm. Maybe I need to start counting these. Although with you spamming it like that, you are convincing me that you are out of other moves, aren't you? Nope. Got other moves. Alright, fingers crossed he's out of recover. If not, I'll use another elixir. I'll be fine. Damn it. Well, I'm using another elixir anyway. Might as well. What would be perfect is if you had one more recover. So when I take you down to this health, you... Well, actually, I don't know if that would be perfect, but it would set me up a little bit better to catch you. And there it is. Struggle with lower health than I would have liked, but it is what it is. And right at the 265th all thrown-ish, maybe 270. And you seem to really be wanting to hit all of your struggles there. Ah! Don't do that to me. God. 9 3 shake fakes. 9. I don't have it in me to try to reset it. I mean, it's not even, like, viable, so I'll just throw these last few here. 9 3 shake fakes. 275 balls, give or take. Oh, God. We shaking and we're certainly faking. Alright, Mewtwo. 1 more ball. 1 more ball. One more ball, for real. For real. One more ball, for real, for real. All right. Let me tell you something right now. I am not stopping until I catch this Mewtwo, you hear me? This is ridiculous. 275 balls. 275. A 96% chance of capture. No, we are not playing around. Alright, this is the best setup I've had so far. Getting Mewtwo's accuracy down so I don't have to redo double team if Magneton switches out or whatever. But I have to do at least one. At least one double team. But that's way better than 4. And Mewtwo is stupid, so it's using Recover a lot, which is very cool. Now, Mewtwo, it's game time. We're getting this shit done. We're not playing anymore. It's like, there's no way for his ball. No way. You get one psychic hit. Just one. No more. Ten times. 10 times it has shaken thrice in a row. 10 times. Pretty sure I'm close, if not at 300 balls. 300 balls thrown. 11 times. Not even gonna go into it anymore. 11 freaking times. We're definitely over 300, but I don't know what the total is anymore. Nice hit, bro. It's really rough, you know. Triple odds at this point for catching it. Having to go back and forth with the recover. Yeah. You've seen it. Blastoise has been really clutch with the crits during these Mewtwo battles. Have to give credit where credit is due. Just out of curiosity, if I changed my Pokeball to a Great Ball, oh, I still only have a 1.2% chance of catching. And Ultra goes up to 2.56. So, no wonder it's a nightmare either way, catching Mewtwo outside of a Master Ball. Let me see if is there a scenario where it's high enough? If you had a timer ball for the max turns, I wonder how much that would be. Turn 100. If the timer ball is maxed out and Mewtwo is below half health with paralysis, then each ball is a 4.9% chance, which is so much better than any of these. 12. That is 12. Boy, do I wish I could get up to 4.9% with a Pokeball. Gee, wouldn't that be something? Oh, you're going to hit with Psychic. And, you might just kill me. I have no heals. Alright, don't do that. Don't kill me. Or, if this Pokeball catches, that solves all my problems, but... No, no way. No way. No earthly plane of existence is that going to happen. At least I will survive another Swift now, just in case. So, for the challenge, I am not catching anything in, I'm using only Pokeballs, basically, to capture all my Pokemon, for uniformity purposes, and for challenge purposes. You know, it's the hardest Pokeball to use, and why we're in the situation that we're in now. And, in Generation 3 and, Generation 3 through 5 or 6, when you breed a Pokemon, naturally, it's in a Pokeball, and I will have to breed quite a few Mons to fill out the decks. So it just made sense to me. It's both uniform and it adds an element of difficulty there. So everything has to be in a Pokeball, even though it's really, really tough. But like I was saying earlier, it looks like, crunching the numbers, that even if I was using like an Ultra Ball or an Ultra Ball or a Great Ball, my odds wouldn't be that much better. So yeah, anything short of a Master Ball would be, you know, about the same, except a Timer Ball. Timer Ball gets almost 5% when you max out the turns. So that would be really nice, truthfully. Plus, with the Master Ball, I will be using it throughout this challenge, but not to catch anything permanently. I will use it to catch legendaries to check their stats when I'm RNG manipping them to be shiny. And that goes for, you know, really any other wild Pokemon as well. I can use the Master Ball just to check which Pokemon I landed on, if I didn't land on the shiny or whichever one I was looking for. So that's a nice quality of life feature. So it's not totally useless, but it is not something I can rely on for something like this. There's a crit. Good timed one, too. Does it only have recover left? I feel like we're still pretty early in the battle for that to be the case. Yeah, I know. Gotta save that last takedown for when I'm pretty sure it's out of PP. Well, look at that. It's not out of recover yet. If it's out of recover at this point, then this is the ideal endgame, because this is closest... Oh, no, it's not. Dang it. Of course, I had to say something first, didn't I? Yeah, so you ask if there's a full playthrough planned. Not necessarily. But yeah, you're in the right ballpark. I will have to play through those games more than twice in some form in order to get all the forms. Yeah, dang it. I wish I could have had it higher in HP, but it's fine. You know, I'll have to take a look at the differences between the Ultra games and the normal, the Sun and Moon, when it comes to those kinds of encounters. I might strategically play one more than the other, or whatever it is. I do know that if you fill your PC up for Hoipole or the other one, what's the other one that's like a bunch of different types, if you give it a memory or something. Anyway, you can make it a lot easier to RNG manip it, putting off the receiving it till later. What do you what do you say? What do you say to that? 13. 13 3 shake fakes. Mewtwo is becoming my least favorite Pokemon. 1000%. You're just gonna hit struggle every time? Is that how you roll? All right. Oh, it's still alive. How are you still alive? Alright, get him, Mark. Show that Mewtwo who's boss. Mark time. Mark, we have hope. We have faith in you. No one else could do it but you. Truly. Come on, Mark. He's holding on. An hour ago, I was pissed. At present, I am depressed. I meant what I said, though. I'm not giving up until I catch this thing. And we're not dealing with that first turn safeguard BS. My goat, yes. If Mark couldn't do it, who will? All hope is lost. Yeah, if only the catch rate would budge a little bit here. Throw a rock at it. You might be onto something. I've not considered this. The answer was staring at me the whole time. Hold down B. That's the hidden knowledge. The sacred texts command you to hold down B for your catch to be successful. Ooh. Very nice damage, Charizard. Alright, I'm holding down B, y'all. Nope. Didn't work. The sacred texts have forsaken me. Depression. It is here. It is among us. Don't crit, Charizard. How about that? There you go. I am surely pretty close to 400 balls by now, right? I don't know if anyone's been keeping count, but I think by 180 left in this current stack, I'll probably be at 400 at least. Quadruple over odds. Quadruple. And 13 3-shake fakes to boot. All of that has happened. I'm going to say, yeah, when we hit 180, it'll be 400 balls. $400 spherical containers. All right. 400. I'm calling it there. 400 balls. Somebody tell me, what time did I start this whole Mewtwo thing? What time was that? Am I 2 hours in yet? Surely I'm 2 hours in by now. Wow, longest 5 minutes I've ever experienced. Yes! Oh! Oh! Yes! Oh my god. Holy shit. Plus 400 Pokeballs. I probably made it to about 99% chance of capture, and okay. It's over. Wow. Okay, I don't even know what to say to that. I'm just very thankful that it's over. I'm thankful that I did catch it, that it's possible. Yes, we proved it was possible. Dear God. Okay. You were not worth it. 99% and 380, yeah. We went past 99% chance. Christ. Okay. Mewtwo. You are mine. You are mine. You are mine. Well, that bodes well for catching a shiny one. Yeah, Mew 3, there's a reason we don't talk about Mew 3 anymore. Let's just put it that way. Okay. Okay, well, that was enough for a lifetime, but especially for today. Let's review, shall we? Today I caught a shiny Porygon, my 2 shiny Scyther for both gender forms, and I caught 3 shiny Dratini to finish that line. And Mewtwo, of course. Can't forget Mewtwo. So, yes, I do have to do it again for the shiny one. Thank you for the reminder. So, with all of that being said, I have nothing left to do in Fire Red except do some RNG manips for the exclusives. So, and Kabuto, yes, thank you. And so, tomorrow, I don't know exactly when I'll be streaming. I might do another morning stream. It might just be in the afternoon. But regardless, tomorrow I will be finishing this game. That will be my goal, is to completely finish Fire Red. We are done playing it. Outside of breeding, maybe, but we can do that in Leaf Green too, whatever. I have to catch 3 shiny Nidoran, male, 1 shiny Oddish, 4 shiny Glooms, 1 shiny Psyduck, 1 shiny Golduck, 2 shiny Growlithe, 2 shiny Shelder. And once I do that, I am completely done with this game. Everything that is exclusive to this game, I will be done with. Except breeding, of course, but we don't need to worry about that. So, I appreciate everyone for your encouragement and for sticking around and everything. Yeah, I mean, as you can see, Mewtwo kind of broke me. So, I'm going to call it for the rest of the day. I will see you all, hopefully, at some point tomorrow, maybe in the morning, maybe in the afternoon. I'll try to put it up on the schedule just to see. But, yeah. Thank you all again. Josh, good luck with your shiny Arnacudo hunt. I know it's tough. We've been there. We've all been there, I'm sure. But yeah, we're moving. We're moving and we're getting there. So, peace out.